Hello? Welcome to the parlor. How are you all doing? How's the audio? Hello, Marty. Hi, Ash. Hi, Lumina. Hi, Blander Summer. It's great to see you guys. Pencil head. Not in this game. Audio's great? Okay. Good. So this is Great Ace Attorney, which, for those who aren't aware, it's kind of like a mystery visual novel. There's a lot of story, there's a lot of dialogue, but there's like certain logic puzzles, there's a little bit of exploration. So I hope you enjoy it. It'll kind of be like a story read aloud. So if everything sounds good, I guess we'll go ahead and get started.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was
so
a
pretty.
period of great change, and some were swept away by the tide.
Oh! Well, that's a wonderful way to start off your meal.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Hi, Violet! Welcome! Oh, the chat's completely wonky. Sorry, give me 1 second. There's gonna be a few hiccups. Sorry. 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Oh no! Never watched or played this game. Excited for fun story time. Yeah, it's great. I'm sorry. I'll fix chat another day. I kind of don't want to tamper around with a bunch of stuff right now. Your entree dish, death. Yeah. I wonder what the appetizer was. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. Oh no! That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Thanks, bestie. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Uni students don't need murder trials. I think those are called exams. Oh, yes! Of course! Sorry! What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha! There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. A better way to apply your stuff. A participant in a murder case, right? Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean? I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Well, I sure hope so. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. You're not to self-report. Thanks, Gold. Welcome to the stream. Hi, Tyler. Welcome. I hope you have a good day at work. Hi, Bri. Yes. The best. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. Hit 1 in chat if you're proud of your friends. I'm proud of you, Marty. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! Oh, this is gonna be hard. I have to read nameplates. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So he's been defending people as a student? I wonder what he's been doing. Oh well, who knows? I'm really happy for you, and proud, as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. With looks like those... He's a living legend! It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Yeah, fancy that. I want to bring around change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Oh, oh no. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. It was not a good idea. Because I think that's when he became a suspect. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then. Partner. Partner. See you in English class tomorrow, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Question mark. What voice is this? What voice is this? What voice is this? Asogi, may I have a word?
It's a dude. Big guy. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. Oh, I can't talk like that. This is too low.
That's gonna hurt after a while. Well, this case has personal significance to me. Let's just pretend that she's like a female doctor or something. Like Yelan? Oh gosh. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers.
To His Excellency's chambers. Why?
He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before.
I see. I'll go at once then.
I shall accompany you.
Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom.
Yes, thanks, Kazuma. So the reason why I'm reading Ryunosuke pretty high is because I'm pretty sure he has the most lines, and it's gonna hurt if I have to lower my voice the whole playthrough. Oh, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry! You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes! Yes, that's right! My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic science, forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Nakama! As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Those are the words of a quitter. Do you think he's gonna lose, Professor? Do you have no faith? What? It makes sense. If you're a bad lawyer, I guess you don't get to study law and improve? Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. Because he knew he would win! He knew he would win! Besties don't leave besties behind, right? He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But Hello, Nickel G. Welcome. I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer.
I'm sure that's true.
Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. I forgot I had to do all the anime noises, huh? But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must...
I do.
Okay. I do? But what will the question be? You're actually going to a wedding. You're not going to a trial, mister.
Oh.
Okay, serious. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not.
Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Welcome! I'm sorry, I'm gonna have a hard time. A dry 77 Guinness? Welcome to the stream. We are getting lawyered up. We are preparing to go and defend ourselves. I don't think we're even a law student. I think that's Kazuma. I think canonically, our character is just an English major. So imagine if all you want to do is write light novels for your life, and then, you get accused of murder. Not very pleasant. All right, have a good day, Tyler. Good luck on work. Lumina, a judge can officiate weddings. Maybe we'll be having a wedding. That's true. What is this courtroom for? Are we getting married? Just be honest. Okay. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours.
What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear?
Is that how it works? Well, I guess you get in trouble if you don't appear, but it's not like if you don't show up to the trial, they're like, well, he must have killed the guy. Send him off. Yeet him out to space. He was the imposter. Poor fanfic writer getting accused of murder. Yeah, this is actually a true story. It's based off of my own life.
Get moving. There's no point for anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway.
This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And the real murderer will get away, which is equally not good. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny! Can be tried in a situation if they continuously refuse summons. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. 9 a.m. Courtroom 2.
He go, oh well?
Oh, well, so this is a courtroom. It's very nice. That's a nice courtroom. No. Oh, what was Kazuma's voice?
The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power.
I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there.
The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial.
A secret trial?
A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend.
What? But why?
It'll become clear in time, but for now...
The only law things I know is from these games. Well, let's hope we don't ever have to defend anyone, including ourselves, because I'm pretty sure that Ace Attorney is not a good example.
You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin.
Another deep voice guy. Forgot there's a lot of people who look like they would have deep voices in this VN.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
Why did I give a British accent? As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
I do. Me.
They all inhaled some helium before court began. Oh no.
This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I do, man. I played enough of these games.
Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his
Yes! Excuse me. 失礼します.
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst?
I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself.
You'll be... What? What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke?
Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Just now, before the trial.
He did what?
He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose.
How sad. It means you don't have faith in me.
That's what I said. I said those are the words of a quitter. Those are words if you don't think you can win.
Oh, no faith.
Pour one out.
You think I won't be able to get you off?
No, it's not that, really. It's just that insurance policies and all that. Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Oh, yeah.
Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in.
The constant wind current on Kazuma, yeah. Protagonist buff, right?
Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Objection!
Make no mistake, Consul. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself, and he's not even a trained lawyer. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san?
Yeah! Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank.
I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
His anxiety incarnate, I know, right? He's so relatable. Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken.
Oh, there's no need for that, Your Excellency. I can assure you I am completely incompetent. But I'm an incompetent good friend.
My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am.
So, let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Oh, yes! Hi!
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But... wait... Oh, I'm so nervous I can't even remember that! What was it again?
Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank.
You know me so well.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
But I can't even find that. Oh boy! It's gonna be trial, boy. Oh, true. We are so incompetent. We clearly couldn't have killed anyone. Your Honor, I would like to plead incompetence. You see, I'm a very incompetent individual, so it's not possible that I could have had the competence to kill someone. Case closed. A professional lawyer lose a trial to a student who's not even a law student? Can you imagine? How cute. But to be fair, he hasn't lost yet, so we'll see. We'll see.
It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of the R button, which I'm sure you will understand, not being a gamer. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
Sorry, 1 second. I just have to press the R button for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose.
This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victims in here. When you're done, just press B to go back.
Kazuma Asogi, 23, a second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, but despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. And, you know, kind of my type. So, he looks good. I need to draw this guy. I haven't drawn this guy yet. Ujima Kataba, Taketsuchi Achi? Auchi? John H. Wilson. Definitely not John H. Watson. Reads like a headline from The Onion, checks pockets for an armbar.
So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record.
On this episode of Guess the Foreigner, one of these things is not like the other.
Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now.
The victim is... Oh no, I'm not here. I was gonna say the victim is me, Your Honor. I was just going to a restaurant. I was just trying to have a nice meal. And then suddenly, I'm being tried for murder. I think that maybe I'm the most victimized here. The guy has a bowler hat. He's now my favorite. The headband. Is the headband? I don't know. Okay, wait. He was asking for the victim, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications.
We are an international crime, boys. We're an international crime. No Interpol here to help us.
The British Empire is, at present, our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
Yeah, all of you know about that too, right?
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
But I didn't do it.
Geneva Convention, or like Genevan Convention. Is that a light novel? It does sound like a light novel title, doesn't it?
Oh no! My international treaty between the Anglo-Saxon Treaty of Friendship and Navigation is dead, and now I'm reincarnated. Okay, you know what? We're done. I can't do it.
This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court, therefore, wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime.
So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it?
Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime.
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going.
Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner! I can't read that word, like, seriously, I just...
Southern cowboy. Give him a cowboy hat. The judge has steering wheels on his chest? Oh, I had to look. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go up and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
That was my last mistake. Before I got sent to prison.
About going abroad to study in the Wild West. Oh, that's true. That's true.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency!
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death.
The cause of death? Well, obviously that was...
Ryunosuke. Help me! God help me, I have to carry this guy! Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence.
By evidence? But how?
Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now!
It's my badge, Your Honor, it's my badge! I stabbed him with this, you see? There, I'm confessing. Can I go home now? Okay. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. Was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Examine. Time of death. 19 November, shortly after 2 p.m. Single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Okay. It's just reiterating.
Yes!
Take that! Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a Hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report.
Stabbed him in the chest. 27 stab wounds. The bench killed him. Ayo, the guy did. Yeah, he did. He real did. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way.
Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. It's not hard to remember, sir. Just remember that... I forgot. No, I'm joking.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, Consul. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record.
The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. Shows the victim, he was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. Luna has bodies in her basement, you can't change my mind. Well, you know. To each their own, I guess. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. If you have good lighting, don't forget. Lighting makes for good photos. If you have bad lighting, you're not going to get a good photo.
Very well, I am satisfied with your answers.
You guys are so funny.
Let us start the trial.
Oh, okay. We're starting the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Spoke really fast right there. This is it then.
I think I might have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotaba?
Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... I can't carry you, Mr. Frodo! I can't carry the trial, Mr. Frodo, but I can carry you! Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Ah, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. But that's what I like about him.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. Yeah, I think there's so many guys, I'm just gonna start picking voices that are like if they were gender bent, I guess. So according to their personality. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western style restaurant called La Carnival. That was me 2 weeks ago. Yay! 3 weeks ago? 4 weeks ago? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me.
Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern corridor was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants in
Occidental? What does that mean? Hold on. I gotta see this. Define Occidental. Occidental, relating to the countries of the West. I have never heard that before. This is a educational vocabulary stream.
Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident.
At once, sir.
And no petty injections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? The localizer who wrote that is very proud of themselves. Occidental is the opposite of Oriental. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I've just never heard it before. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
This guy's very calm. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. I swear, officer, I had the gun, but I didn't shoot him. That's not looking good, buddy. That's really not looking good.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But
The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo.
don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question. Most Western countries don't use the word Occident. Oh, yeah, that completely makes sense.
And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? What did you say? Mash 'em, boil 'em, stick 'em in a stew? There was no one else around that table?
What's the matter, Ryunosuke?
That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table.
Really?
And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I think we have to wait for, the cross-examination. I think if we interject here, we're gonna be bonked by the judge. Wait and see. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject.
Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who diligently get to work, aren't you?
Hey, buddy! Look, there's an order of operations in this court, okay?
But you can't just always follow rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty.
This is what cross-examinations are for, buddy.
I know this is an early trial, but come on, these are the basics.
Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes? Hi!
Welcome to the illusion of choice. You're going to interject whether you want to or not. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
What a voice.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud.
Sagida! No, I mean, everyone knows we're not a lawyer, right? We're just here to ensure our bestie.
Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. My major doesn't determine whether I got 2 eyes or not, Buster.
Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy.
No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it.
Stanley interjected because he was too stupid to wait for cross-examination, thereby ruining all the procedures of the court. Well, very well, if you're the one who wants to run the court, then I suppose you should be the judge. Would you like that, Stanley?
That's what it would be like if it was Stanley Parable, right? Ahem ahem. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. This guy is very thorough.
Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume?
That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. See what? How does that show anything? That just shows the seating. Because if he put X's where people were, he would have to put X's where Naruhodo was. You want to be away from the bucket? One is never away from the bucket.
Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter.
Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh,
Well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course. Here you are. It's just, you see, I had a convention coming up, and, that's my last business card, so I was going to tape it to the print display and, write a sticky note saying, take a picture, but, you know, if you really need it for this court case.
What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now.
Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Sketch of the... Okay, I can't pay attention when he's just coughing. He's just coughing.
So,
The court has now heard a... How do I pronounce that? We are learning all kinds of things. This is what judicial term for summary. Summary abstract of a text or speech. Précis. It is... Is it French? Yes, it's French. Okay, that's why the S is silent. Interesting. So the court
has now heard a précis of the case.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment.
I called this waiter as an unsworn witness. Oh,
I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial,
Tonk.
the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
Sounds cool, buddy. But they're all lying. What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
what do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence?
That's only lifelong imprisonment instead of capital punishment. Excellent idea, Ryunosuke.
Isn't it kind of suspicious he made a hasty map of the seating on his business card, only marked where the victim is? Yeah, it is strange given how calm he's been. I feel like under normal circumstances, like if I just witnessed a murder when I was going to get boba, I don't think I would even have the presence of mind to draw a map. I would just be like, oh my gosh. So, with the fact that he's so put together, but he only noted down where the victim was, I don't know. He's kinda suspicious. Kinda suspicious, my guy. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. That look. He's not impressed. He's like, buddy, do you think the truth is so cheap? Do you think that it's just sold at thrift stores? On display? 50% off? 75% off? You think people don't have to fight for it? Where's your guts?
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? Stop being a wimp! If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself?
Man, what a guy.
Pep talk, pep talk. The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. We're still in the precursor to the trial. Chunk! Oh yeah, let's go! The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Professor Ochi, please continue with the proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Okay, buddy. You're not dealing Bastilles for groceries. This is your life we're talking about, right? Bargaining like it's the flea market. Come on, man.
In a few short moments, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
Witnesses, kindly state your name and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir! The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesanosa. Iesanosa, reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kyoryo Korakuta, at your service.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And, not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
Yes, sir, no, sir, 3 bags full, sir.
Oh no.
He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir!
This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said.
So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening? The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead.
Yes.
Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable?
If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred.
Hi!
Sir! Yes, sir! Standing by ready to report, sir! Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Alright. It's our first testimony! Let's go! What the witnesses saw.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Your jiggle physics. Yeah.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Well, that didn't actually say anything really, but my guy, he was shot in the chest. What back are you talking about?
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the was a victim.
Yeah. Give me the court record. Let me object. I'm gonna push it in his face.
I didn't shoot anyone!
Is that really true? Why are you asking me? You're my defense lawyer.
Went back to my table, started drinking coffee. Finished. One of those English maid gone. But perhaps the professor had dropped it, bent down just as I was picking it up. Give me the objection, 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 give me the objection.
And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness.
Already on it, buddy.
Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for the testimony of these witnesses. Defendant is clearly guilty.
It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony of the court eliminates any vestige. Buddy? Buddy? ちょっと待って。あれ？何が当たるの？ We're learning. Oh, look at him grow up. It's great. I demand my right to a cross-examination whether you like it or not, Your Honor.
Dear me, let me guess.
The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. How did he know?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Gulp.
Kazuma is so commanding.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses.
Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Present the autopsy report. Present the autopsy report.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier said has to be a lie.
Well, yes, but...
It's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence.
Right, evidence.
Now let's go! Don't let them beat you!
Yes, sir! No, sir! Yes, sir, no, sir. Excuse me, sir. I think you may have made a mistake, sir. Because he was not, in fact, shot in the back. So I could save here to be safe. And I'm going to. Because that's a lot of dialogue to get through. Even if I'm confident. Alright, from the back, cowardly little weasel.
Yes!
Excuse me. You're wrong. Wait, he says yes and not objection. What's up with that?
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination, thrusting this wad of papers in my mustache?
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes! He tried his best. There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense.
What can this document possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, it tells us, sir, that you don't know how to read. Because right there, he was shot in the chest. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, trash talking me.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court.
This is why you hire a good PR department. They can spin anything in your favor. Kazuma, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Iasanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be.
And why not, cadet?
Because... help. Beside help me. Carpenter that made that desk. It's a very sturdy desk, isn't it? It's been taking a major beating.
As is clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound bullet did not pass through the body. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
It's a baby. It's a wee child. Hello, wee child.
What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again.
Certainly, there was a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, at this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
What?
The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
Ooh, that's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Reverse uno, sir.
What noise is that? There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is the power of a real lawyer. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about.
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, who was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor.
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either?
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Indeed!
The
Hoi, Era Koban, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop Rasute.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you?
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoi treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, there was no more. It simply vanished.
There's been a complete turnabout. Roll credits! Quick, they referenced the title! That's the title of the game! We're done! Did he just smash that vase? Yeah, I guess he did. Well, you know, it's his property. I guess he can do whatever he wants with it.
The Koban vanished. Hunting around under the table I was in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoi treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
Oh no!
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Hoi Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
Ooh, wow, I wonder who that could be.
As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear, and there was only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Ugh.
Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
Sorry, gotta take a drink.
1 second.
As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
Excuse me. There appears to be a child on your back. But there's something or someone peeking over your shoulder. Luna, it isn't clear the quality? Uh-oh. Is the stream quality okay? Is it not good? Fine for me. Oh. Oh, things are good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have, I don't know why. I have to look into it, but I have quite a bit of chat lag. So, okay. You know, it's totally fine. What I'll do is, when I hit that mark where, like, you can start making emotes and stuff, I'll make, like, emotes for like buffering and loading and things like that, because it's always a little tricky with delay. Okay. Always has a pretty high delay. Oh yeah, I didn't know that, but that's good to know.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Ido Nosa. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. This is a murder case. It is very appropriate time to make puns. Idle, tension! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
Well, he's a loving father. I'll give him that much at least.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Is he Yoda?
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly yes.
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
There's a way to get low latency in your settings. You have to do that. Yeah, I have it set at low right now because I wasn't sure how the quality would be. But if the stream quality is okay, the next one I can definitely try ultra low. And then if there's like buffering problems or quality problems, then I can go back. so hopefully it works.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. Accordingly.
No, I'm joking.
We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Consul?
Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
This doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that no one else saw that woman.
The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Chiauchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
What a guy. What a guy.
OTL, how can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule.
Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet.
What?
If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth, in your cross-examination.
I don't know, Kazuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood?
Sir, that is not how justice works. You don't make it quick because you got a lunch meeting.
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Okay. It's press time.
Gotta grill them like cheese.
Even if what I saw was the press moment, it's almost the same thing.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. That's what I was saying. For a start, I didn't fire that gun.
We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet.
I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it.
Have what?
If a tree falls in the forest, it still fail.
Even if there's no one around to hear it, is what he's saying, I guess. Justice is a lie of the powerful. Oh, that's sad. Alright, looks like nothing useful from here. This boy's being pretty quiet. He was the young man in black, that's all I see. We've heard this excuse before. I just noticed a gun on the floor, so I picked it up. Would you guys do that? Let's say like you were kind of just out about on your daily life and you see a gun on the ground. My first instinct is not to pick it up. My first instinct is to like call 911 or something, or someone. Bang! Alright, nothing new from there. No phones, that's true. But would you still pick it up even if you didn't have a phone? I feel like I would be scared, just personally. Not the brightest tool in the shed. That's true, that's true.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present.
Alone he was the Englishman dining all by himself. Alright, well let's just press these until they find something that I can get them on.
Objection!
There was a lady there! As you point out time and time again, no one's got a glimpse!
Ah!
It was 2 p.m. when that happened. Blah, blah, blah.
They would have existed, but probably not mobile phones, right? If they're using telegrams. Because I think the setting of this game is Japan is still changing. I don't know. Oh, we have new evidence. A medical card.
It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hata clinic. Wait a minute. That, what kind of clinic?
19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation could be more simple. There's been really no bearing on the case.
Submit it. Ask for it to be submitted because a game designer would make it important. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
The
court has already heard conclusion. Whatever. This guy doesn't like me. I know.
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon.
Get cut down, sucker.
Youngsters, Zoomers these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Okay, boomer. Whatever you say, boomer. Kindly add... Alright, we now have the medical report card from Hata Clinic.
What we need right now is new clues.
Explore things from all possible angles. Also meaning, examine your new evidence, I guess. Dining all by himself. Can I not examine it? Oh, do they have to give me a tutorial? We'll find out. Okay. They probably have to give me a tutorial. Let's examine it in a little more detail. Yup, okay. You're a baby. You gotta... Here's the little baby lecture on how to look at paper. Darn Zoomers not wanting to suffer through the life the way the boomers had to. Back in my day, we only got rats for Christmas. I can't find anything out of place. It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Oh, he's me. He's me.
Aren't they all the same?
When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Brr, I'll never forget it, never in my whole life.
Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is the clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything.
Ooh. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago.
It's probably a record of a long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine.
Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Objection, anime idiots can't catch colds. The smarter you are, the more danger you are of health issues? Is that how it works?
Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point, so you don't like doctors then?
Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all when you're at your lowest ebb. Oh, pain.
You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed.
Alright, let's look through his medical records.
Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar.
Extraction. I'm always losing their voices. Okay. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out?
It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed.
I got my wisdom teeth surgery on Friday. And it went well. I'm glad I wasn't murdered when I went to a restaurant later that day. You can't catch a virus if you never go outside. That would be really nice. The reason why I got COVID was my family member when traveling. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't go to any cons. I caught it from a family member who got it while they were traveling. And then I got it. So you can get it if you don't go anywhere.
Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief.
Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain.
Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed.
So that plate either didn't belong to him, or he just wanted to experience the steak via fragrance. Smell it. Taste it through the nose, you know?
Really? Oh,
Really?
sounds like information worth bearing in mind.
The medical report card's information has been updated. A record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment, been hot prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. Okay. This is why you get a personal bubble to protect you from the outside world. Like a hamster ball. Yeah. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. If this was in a anime, the turning point. With this new information, I can now best you. You see, they're preparing lies. Okay, I think this is where I present it. No one other than was dining by himself. Okay, I think it's here.
Yes!
Excuse me. Well, I think,
What are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused.
Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it.
Thanks, Kazuma. You're a real pal.
I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully, just say what you're thinking.
That's not necessarily good advice if you're a lawyer, I think. I don't know, that's just the impression I get. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement.
Slap. Dink.
Something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You were not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
Excuse me, sir. This is now a cross-examination. I can talk. Let me have the microphone. Wait, this is the cross-examination, right? Yes! What are you smoking, buddy? Come on. Let me talk. It's my turn. I got the microphone.
Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. Sit down!
Sit down, son. I'll show you what it's like to be finished. Ryunosuke saying yes and raising his hand feels odd. It's true. It's true. But I think he's Phoenix Wright's ancestor, so I guess it developed over time. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Oh, are you questioning me? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. Gotcha!
The dental clinic? What is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted?
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Korakuta-san!
What, boy, what?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally,
There's more?
you have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. We did it, boys! We did it. We did it!
Objection!
Oh, don't you object me, sir!
You little upstart.
that the best you have? I see. All you have are idle insults because you have no evidence.
These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Use your head. I'm gonna raise Kazuma's voice a little bit because it's too low for me. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have to...
Please! It's my murder trial! Please don't make it a joke!
Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
Yes! Most definitely! So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, Consul.
Counsel? Oh! That means me, doesn't it? The pun's so good.
Oh, well... yeah, sure.
Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an conveniently, as of yet, unknown third party. Don't worry about it. Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection! Objection! You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes.
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was someone else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. You're gonna be buried in paperwork. Your worst enemy, Mr. Ouchi. Kazuma?
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, Consul. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them, the two witnesses in the stand.
What?
What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously, you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Ooh. Got him.
Don't lie in court, kids. Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. Just so you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh.
What? What did you just say, Kurokuta-san?
Oh, no.
You were just following orders?
Now, hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with the lady from overseas? It's the foreigners. What?
Objection!
He fixed the vase. Oh my gosh, wow, my attention must not be good. I didn't even notice. Is it like duct taped?
what is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Oh, so it wasn't his fault. It's not his fault he's a boomer.
Just one simple slip of the tongue.
One that turns into many. And many that turns into a prison sentence, sir.
Order, order! Counsel, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut? What crimes were committed? Autocorrects war with what?
That's classified! So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't! This can't be happening! Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it.
Ouchie's pride now has an ouchie. Yeah. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose.
Uh-oh, we're in big trouble.
If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut.
Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here.
But how? How can we possibly...
Remember how we made progress before?
Before?
We examined this piece of evidence in more detail. Okay.
Here's a little baby tutorial. Remember to press A on everything.
Okay, let's see. Oh, you know what it is? Mr. Sasuke over here.
Yeah, Chief Inspector.
Now we know why he was so calm. They're gonna find the bodies? I have nothing to hide. Not to mortals.
Look, do you see the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga.
Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point.
It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. Do you read?
His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth?
I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here...
All right. Time to...
Oops!
That was not intentional. Don't worry, Your Honor. I have a business card. We know the identity because he so kindly gave us his business card. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witness is... Kazuma Asogi, through his good looks. This dude.
Yes!
The sketchy waiter who needs to see a doctor. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Satoru Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier? Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter... Oh, wait.
Wait a minute. That's completely the wrong voice. Ah, okay.
Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you.
If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were?
come on now, Ryunosuke. Time to hit the court with this truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
Take a look at his business card.
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
I beg your pardon?
Or perhaps I should have said the front? Just tell him to turn it over, man, come on. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Huh? Eh? Oh. I accidentally hit R, apparently. I thought it wanted me to present something.
The front of the business card reveals the man in the question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious!
That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Say that 10 times fast.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
Probably because you need to clean out your ears.
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well...
How to do it? Oh, whoa!
Inspector Hosonaga!
No, the baby's crying! Come on, guys.
I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility.
The court will take this plan
Flashback.
Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
Shing. So you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter?
Ah, of course! Your salary must be terrible! Yes.
Oh, buddy. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yeah, your salary must be terrible, so you decided to do what is clearly very lucrative, which is, food service. Okay. Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover.
Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents?
That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
People are a lot smarter in this Ace Attorney than in previous games. Welcome, Afif! Welcome! Thank you for making it. I know it's very early in your country. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. Naruhodo! Oh, it's a flashback. I was like, did someone just take out a gun and fire in the court? The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the judge is smarter, Ryu is Ryu. Yeah, that's true, but Phoenix Wright has also had his moments. Let's be fair. I guess it just runs in the genes.
So the truth comes out.
I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect? Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right!
It ain't right. It just ain't right.
One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma?
Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman.
Oh, whoa?
What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first.
Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here? Oh no!
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation.
Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Wow, this guy's actually like a nice judge. It's impressive. Okay, well, this guy's not a nice prosecutor, but you know, you don't pay them to be nice.
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Ooh woo.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Ugh.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir.
You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given to the police bureau!
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly, and we have a good inspector. Wow. So, so it won't be a problem? Me when I pick a wrong voice. It's hard, okay? There's so many characters.
Nothing will get in my way.
Excuse me, there's a furball in my throat.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes.
Smart inspector, but he really needs to do something about that cough, right? It's if he's gonna be a good inspector, I want him around for a long time.
Your Excellency!
Tega mama! Good, then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Which sounds like a good time for a hydration break. I got milk tea earlier. I couldn't really sleep very well because I kept having nightmares about missing my own stream. So I woke up at I couldn't fall asleep until 3 a.m. and then I woke up at 6 a.m. because I dreamed I missed my alarm, and then I went back to sleep, and then I woke up again at 7 a.m. because I dreamed that something was wrong with our ISP, so our internet was down, and then I went back to sleep, and then I woke up at 8 a.m. because there was a problem with my computer. These were all dreams, of course. None of these problems actually happened, but when I woke up that last time, I was like, okay, forget it. I'm getting up, and I'm getting boba because this is not happening. 11:38 a.m. and chamber 5. Pep talk time. Let's go with best boy.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb.
My heart was in my mouth the entire time. Oh, I forgot to hydrate. I was too busy talking about boba.
The model actually shows me chewing.
Okay.
It was almost unbelievable. Oh.
What was his voice again? It started fighting inconsistencies in the testimonies.
I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Are you sure, buddy? Is that really your takeaway? Forget it! It's terrifying! If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again.
Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last.
Do we need to get hydrate emojis for reminding Luna? I will absolutely, when I have emojis unlocked, I will absolutely make a boba emoji. That'll work. I won't always have boba. I should actually have water because sugar is not good for you and carbs are not good for you, but the boba emoji will help me remember.
Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she?
That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Everyone's been trying to gaslight me. They were saying she wasn't there, but I saw her.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of.
Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems.
Boba! Bo physics. It's so satisfying.
Did you see what happened with that?
What happened with what? I'm sorry, I was too busy looking at my ribbon. Ah, hastily escorted away from the scene. I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up...
Bang!
I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen.
Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I had all kinds of snacks. I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area.
Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Oh, this was, I am Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba.
What was his voice? I think I was trying to think of like a classy lady professor. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference, because I'm good at my job. Aww! Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. Dang! He goes hard. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? That's a real homie, right? We all wish we could have a friend like that. If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume, and it was I who invited him.
Yee! Oh! Ooh!
Ooh. I see.
I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you!
How long will you stream for? I want to finish this case. I think the first cases are usually pretty short, so it should be done soon. And then, depending on the time, I think my voice might get a little tired by then, but I kind of want to try seeing if I can stream Procreate. That's the reason why I started trying Procreate, is basically I nabbed my dad's iPad. I was like, can I have this? And so I want to see if I can stream drawing that way. Because my current computer is actually not powerful enough to stream both drawing and my VTuber model at the same time. So to be able to experiment with this would be really nice. We'll see though.
I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. She's so pretty. I really like her.
Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside to the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them, before those boomers know what hit them. Oh, you know we can give it to them.
Kazuma?
What?
Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now.
Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend.
Coming from you, that means a lot. What do you mean coming from you? If he's your best friend, he'll believe in you. But I mean, yeah, it is sweet. I just don't think coming from you is necessary. That usually means, like, you usually don't believe in anything. Wow, you usually think the worst of me. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. I can't believe a character's name is Naruto.
なるほどね。あれ?
Ah, なるほど. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street.
Can you imagine if it's like, hey, treat me to a meal I like, and you're like, okay, what do you want? And they say, the college caf. Maybe Japanese cafeterias are a lot nicer.
Ha ha ha, with an extra large portion, of course. Okay.
Boba sip time. Okay. 12:09 p.m. Courtroom 2.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Ugh, sorry. Sorry? Excuse me? I'm not apologizing because you were incompetent at your job, Mr. Prosecutor, sir. I'm not apologizing because the police was withholding important information, sir. That's not my problem.
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. He reads my mind. He reads my mind. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation found...
Is that supposed to be flounders? Founders? Again, Terribly sorry. Again, you don't have to be sorry. Excuse me, I am not sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on.
Oh, roasted!
You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Wait a minute. Did you just roast England?
Urusai! 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 Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in.
Look, it's not their problem. Their problem is just to not be convicted of a murder they didn't do.
By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Yo, get these two a podium. They should go into politics.
Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Consul. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes, Your Excellency!
Oh my goodness! Look at that. It's a work of art. Oh my, wait, she's an English woman. She has to talk in a very pretentious voice. Y'all are gonna log off the stream the moment I have to talk as her. I'm just gonna be like, I'm not gonna have this. Goodbye.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such fine gentlewomen to Japan and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea.
In my house, no discussions take place without tea either. That's why I run a parlor, sir. So, you really should have had tea a long time ago. Is that true?
No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
10 out of 10 voice acting. Oh, thank you. It's, I don't know about actual voice acting, but like, I'm glad you enjoy it. It's a fun story time, giving everyone silly voices. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my true—
Yes, we know about you already. Mons!
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
Is that true?
No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. Oh. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I?
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman.
Ryu. He's trying. He's trying.
Sorry, Inosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Guilty.
Oopsie. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Look at me, I am so classy. Oh my, you know what we're gonna do for her? Until she says actual words, or if she talks like this, she gets to be an Animal Crossing character.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a weird treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word of what you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke.
Why does that feel a little bit backhanded? Like,
Well, you've been paying attention in your English classes.
oh, it's okay.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
She says, yes.
That's it?
This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Well, isn't that convenient?
Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape.
I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that you are
This guy! Oh, come on, dude. Don't be so cringe. It's Boomer, you know, he can't help it. Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight.
Do you mean to say?
Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Lies! Lies!
Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Yeah, I'll see about that, Buster. Well, I'll say who it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you have described.
A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
This is a condemning testimony indeed.
No! I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all!
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at the Snow White Angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is gonna believe.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Oh, but he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go.
The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however.
Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a Excuse... Sir? Are we looking at the same woman? I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witnesses' own words on the matter. That's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Maybe not the way you want to go, buddy.
Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke.
But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now.
And to do so, we need to pull her testimony apart.
The Schmeier.
Oh wow, I can smirk on this model. Alright, it's cross-examination time. Slightly late luncheon. Yes. Why is that?
Objection!
Late luncheons are on vogue. Isn't that right? No. No. I know she's British, but like, it would be kind of funny if she had a French accent. The goose can hold the gun. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it.
No. No.
As a daily occurrence, they would have lunch together, had an appointment at the clinic, went following the treatment. More shrimping for the lady. Professor was unable to eat. I ordered for myself only, so she knew he had the operation. He just had a tooth removed. Was you who ate the steak pictured here? That's not a very well cut steak.
What a harrowing experience! Have no fear, White Knighter.
White Knighter. Who had carbonated water? The victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all, that's right, other than some carbonated water. Okay. Just water? He'd been given permission to drink water. They raised a glass of carbonated water. You know what? Let's call that meaningful. Why not? All right. The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that. Right? I hope there are more useful tips you're picking up in this experience, Ryunosuke. Like not getting involved in a murder case. I think that's a better tip. As I said, cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Came over to meet the professor. Not long after, shot him before my eyes. Blah, 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 blah.
Yes!
Bueno. Drink this carbonated water. It was not customary to eat beef here. Oh, interesting.
What a frightful place!
And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Something with the carbonated water. Said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Is it in... There's only one. Do we just present it? Or do I need something else? What's the time period of this game? I would love to give you an accurate answer. Alas, my memory is awful, therefore my history is awful, therefore I don't want to give you a wrong answer. It is a time period that has pretty great fashion sense, though. I want that swan hat. Alright.
Yes!
Okay. Oh, whoa. That face. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left.
Hi.
That is correct, the lady says.
Slap.
Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express yourself.
Objection, personal attack. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the... Cheers! Miss Pratt just told us she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. Special Luna model features a swan hat. Oh! That's a bit much. Around 1902, then they started their alliance. Oh, okay. There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Okay, that is what I picked out.
You're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case?
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence?
Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you trying to tell me that you can clink with only 1? That would be kind of difficult, huh? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
Stare. G.
Inspector, what did the lady say?
It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying.
Good gracious.
Thank you. Sorry. Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes, and she had a presentation due later that day. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? Oh, will we? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
I wouldn't call it mischief.
What?
No, this can't be put down to mischief. A man is dead.
I'd like to know.
Exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
The handbag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case.
Prosecutor needs to be bonked? Yes, he does! Please let me bonk him. Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. Well, she could put the gun in it, since you don't want to do like a body search. Miss Brett stated the following: there are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Now, I don't think she would put it in her handbag because that seems very sloppy. I feel like it would be a lot better to put under your hat, under your dress, like the 1,000 places you could fit it in that piece of fabric.
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga! Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought! In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No! No!
Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Achi?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
I think me being accused of murder is a slightly more uncomfortable accusation, sir.
Brilliant work, partner.
Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside.
That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. That doesn't seem very useful. Like, maybe most stuff can't fall through, but like, if you have coins, charms, pins, no? Could all just slip right through.
The contents are clearly visible.
Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious.
Sorry.
As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Don't give me that patronizing look! Don't do it! Don't do it to me!
Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once.
Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph taken by Hosonaga shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table.
I think that you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence, as the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance.
Are we sure? Well, there's the glass. I mean, there's the... this thing. This thing here. Rose! She must be the Thorn Princess! She's an assassin! She's a contract assassin who talks to the shopkeeper. And, by any chance, do you have a husband? Who you just got married to?
I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of the crime.
There's a character called Naruhodo, Arigato-san, and Sumimasen-chan. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. I don't think you're in a worse situation. You're in the same situation, but it's not worse. Oh no! No, Samwise Gamgee, you have to carry us! You can't give up. We're so close to Mount Mordor. Mount Doom. Mordor. Mount Doom and Mordor. Oh wow, it's been a while since I watched Lord of the Rings.
Toohoo! I must say you put up quite a fight for our rookie students, but the weak are meat and
the weak are meat while the strong eat? What?
You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. We can't have that. He has to go try fish and chips at least once. Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you...
Yes! Yes, you do, Your Honor. Wait! Your Excellency!
Ryunosuke?
I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
Swan Hat Ojo must eat so much fish and chips? Does she? Probably tea, crumpets, biscuits, cookies. The stereotype, you know? She's a walking stereotype.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There could be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. Hey, look, I'm being sent to jail anyway. So, like, don't we just YOLO it?
I understand your objection, counsel. Clearly, certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
Desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Alright, so, is it the Thorn Princess? No. It's probably the mark. It's probably the mark.
But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Crystal. Well, I don't want to redo everything, so we're still gonna save.
Yes!
Okay, saw the mark on the wrist.
It almost looks like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Ooh, we got her attention. It's something not good.
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right.
Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. Okay. It was deemed unrelated to the case of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aoshi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
That's fair. We need to prove relevance to the case now. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other You're Ma'am, sit down. We're talking about my future. You can go to your lunch appointment any time of the week. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
No, of course, dear lady.
Yeah. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? Oh, well, that's where it came from.
Uh-oh, there's a button, chat. How do we ban? Oh no, not the bots. Oh well.
I don't actually know how to ban.
Give me 1 second, guys.
I don't need a date, I have tea. Oh. I don't know how to ban. I'm a streaming noob. Help me. Oh, there we go. Put user in in timeout?
I don't know how to ban.
Wow. Okay. Well, you know, thanks for reporting. I'm gonna have to figure that out. One more thing on my to-do list to figure out. Okay, let's see. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? Don't be so surprised. If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, console. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
But if we had evidence that was that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it?
I would, yes.
To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I didn't notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. It's the photo, right? The one of the...
So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court.
Where is it? It's right there.
Yes!
When humans look at to see we miss things, but in a photograph, the things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up. To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us for a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out.
Y'all don't have eyes. Do I gotta point out every little thing to you?
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on.
The plate? Ah!
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Eh.
Ryunosuke, you genius! You have eyes! You can see shapes!
You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
Hi, Office! Thanks for dropping by. Thank you for the congrats.
But even if that is the case,
Is this emblem fire-shaped? Why, it left a burn, you say? By any chance, is it a fire emblem?
we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. Could have been the day before, the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Yes, I'm sure that's extremely likely.
Objection!
Objection! Sadly, Prosecutor Aochi, the chances of that are extremely slim.
Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga?
I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But,
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds.
ooh.
It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then.
I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. I love this game so much, can never get enough. Right? It's so great. I'm glad that my memory is so bad, because I get to just experience it again.
But you're a detective, not a waiter. Oh no. Someone's plans are all falling apart.
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that.
And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it.
That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either.
What are you suggesting?
Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day,
That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aochi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think...
He was already dead. Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. He was already dead. I went and talked to a corpse. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man can remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from one particular situation.
Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already.
Dead?
Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
Nani? Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
I just spent the past, minute explaining myself, buddy.
Objection!
No, Professor Achi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Cock. Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. It looks like you better be making a new lunch appointment, Miss Brett, because the only thing that we'll be serving you is a knuckle sandwich.
I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. Oh. No, he's not gonna say it right.
But Your Excellency.
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment.
What's with this wind that's only blowing Kazuma's bandana and nothing else? I believe it is the power of, protagonist aura. What a smile. Okay, we haven't cracked her yet. Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course, I did come here to study. Wait, that's what she said. Oh my gosh. Make me the new script writer. I can be the new script writer.
But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Contempt of court, take her away, right? Oh, they care nothing for normal court procedure, apparently, because all the personal attacks that have been going on, I'm pretty sure, are not good. But it seems that the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself into communicating with you all on your own level. Yeah, she's kind of a basket case, isn't she? Actually, I did hear. This may have been a factor in their reluctance to localize this game. Was a lot of it is. I mean, the racism is a trope for the villains, right? But it's very possible it won't land well with the Western audience, so maybe they were not too... I don't know. Maybe they were a little bit intimidated. I don't know.
You're a true epitome of a true English, and we're truly honored by this. This lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
He's definitely the kind of person to say, like, step on me.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
Considering how, like, arrogant she's been, he's pretty calm.
So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Interesting? Is that the way to put it? Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh, so you think we have inferior investigative techniques, but you know what I have? A superior intellect! Get ready. Get ready, Miss Brett. You're going to jail. They clearly show as a bad thing. It did exist, I don't see it as a problem. It still exists now even, and yeah, it is shown as a bad thing. But, you know, I think companies can be a little bit gun-shy when it comes to that thing. I don't know. It's just stuff that I heard. I don't know if it actually had any bearing or if they just wanted to wait before releasing a new localization.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history.
Everyone in this court likes to be insulted. This is gonna be rough. I hope that this is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all.
Alright, buddy. Fine. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Ministry of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. What the heck?
Huh?
Thanks. Was that a prayer?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much.
She really did just pull a no offense spot after the offensive bit. Yeah, she's a she's a social media person, isn't she?
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
Ow! Ow. Don't copy that. Pro tip. Unfortunately, I have... Okay. No idea. Steak. Got the gunshot. Well, there is, but we don't have evidence. But it's poison. It's definitely poison.
Yes!
We're gonna sip a bit of boba, hydrate while they're talking. Yes, like poison. Alright, we don't have the evidence yet. So let's just press until we get some. The fly's been open! Wait, how can she see that? He's behind a desk!
Haha, what fun! You hadn't realized.
Oh, they're right? The OST is so good. Why didn't you tell me? Yeah! Wait a minute, Kazuma, come on. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream at being burned? No, I think then you have nerve damage?
Yes!
That doesn't line up. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, raised our glasses and toes. Okay. You're drinking carbonated water. Although, whether he drank any, I don't remember. Oh, that made her upset. Bless you? No, I don't think it means. Anyway. Alright, we still don't have any new evidence. Hair flowing. Slowy. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes!
But it doesn't make any sense.
Objection!
The fact is the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. That's true. But she definitely poisoned him. We just have to find out how. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving trace.
Yes!
This country's inferior investigative techniques. So as find everything found at the crime scene, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't it so? La Carnival is open for business.
Wait.
Oh!
Doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Are you? Are you, ma'am? Really?
A killer blow! Lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Fine, just sign him to be her tier 3 sub already, buddy. Yeesh.
We have to talk to him, right? They're gonna give me the baby tutorial. Oh, when someone's reacting, you gotta press the trigger button and then you can press them. Tough witness. Need a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. Brett is just so kind, right? She's a real lady, a real role model. We all want our daughters to be just like her. You mean you didn't? Wait, Kazuma, you didn't notice the guy next to her just like dying in a choking fit? Oh, please. How do I hide user on this channel? Is that what it is? Is that a ban? Be gone, wretch! Be gone before I object you to jail! Okay. Seem to react a little strangely.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. But this time, instead of targeting the woman, let's see what we can get out of the detective.
Yes!
Wait.
Wait!
There it is again! Reaction is just the same as before. Why?
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down.
I wonder if that's true. Look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts.
It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. What marker?
Game design explanations.
Uh-oh, pursue them with what? Oh well, it's okay. That's why there's a key,
Ooh, the marker with the D-pad, pursue him with A. Okay.
Wait.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. What the? What's the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his own thoughts.
It looked like you were thinking about something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say.
If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this?
He's on the stand. He has the right.
It's a delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. I want to hear the dulcet tones of her voice lull me to sleep.
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid. Yes.
Yes, not to mention the fact he's intimately involved with the case. The music sounds like chase music. It is chase music.
We're chasing the truth. Inspector Ozanaga,
Yes?
do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
Can we get him a doctor? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak.
The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless.
What do you really mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done.
He just smuggled evidence, and it's gonna save us. A crime scene thief?
Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example.
Is that...
This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. This was LaCroix. One day our police force will be the best among the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
Carbonated water on the victim's table.
Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank?
Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
I like his fervor. His fervor benefits me. Alright. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma?
I think it's French. This must be very expensive water.
Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking.
Then go to France and ask.
You could just say that you don't know.
Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now.
You know, I've been sweating so much I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. Sir, that is evidence and very likely poisoned.
No, Ryunosuke! Don't drink the water! Don't drink the evidence! For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence.
Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we?
You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one.
I wonder, could there be anything in this water? Other than quality LaCroix?
What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden.
I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Alright. I don't think it'll change our record, so I think we just present this and say, Hey buddy, excuse me, but I think you could have very well poisoned the professor.
Yes!
Take a quick trip around the world. Quick trip around in the early 1900s. Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass?
Order, order, order!
And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip that poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Well, that's not my problem. My problem is not getting convicted for a murder that I didn't do.
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
If I may,
I will silence you forever for.
Shut up! Oh, it looks like we have our voice. Okay. It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. A great interjection, right? Shut up! Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
And? What did you find, Inspector?
I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in the country at this present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
What? Are you sure?
The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No!
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all yours.
Oh dear, it's worse now. It's worse. Before we had our head in our hands, and now it's, head desk. Literal head desk.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Consul. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit.
Oh, I'm done for. Oh.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point?
Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Mr. Frodo. I don't have anything. Oh, I'm sorry, Rinosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Is this not working? Excuse me, Mr. Bot. I am trying to ban you. And apparently I'm too dumb to do so, but that doesn't mean you're welcome here. Okay. Might have been different bots of the same name. Yeah, possibly. Well, just gotta keep banning them. Got the ban gavel, the ban hammer.
Hold it!
It's best girl. It's waifu. Please, wait. Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotaba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotaba? It feels weird to give them the same voice. What do we do for Susato? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning, a bolt of justice, and she smote my enemies down with the fury of 1,000 moderators on bots. And in her hand she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued. What? What? Okay. That means it's drink time. Save current progress. Yes. "1:14 p.m. courtroom 2. Well, we passed the noon deadline, so well, that's a pity. Need to finish Phoenix Wright 3. I don't actually think I've played Phoenix Wright 3. I've played 1 and I've played 2.
Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Heh, a judicial assistant and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this female. He's a boomer and an incel. Oh no.
Yes, I fully understand. Okay, we're gonna do a slightly higher voice for her, I think. Let's see. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Heh, you're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
He's so cool. He's so cool. I wish I could be like this judge when I get older. And have a gavel, a band gavel that actually works. I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something, written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Because females are not allowed in the courtroom! Oh, no, of course not.
Special characteristics of Curar and its effects on human subjects. Interesting.
I researched Kira before for Zodiac Axis. Oh man, those are cursed days. What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. She's so great. Hi, Lover.
You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Yunesuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Proper desk slam, let's go! We're leveling up. Oh, she literally was just drooling over Brett has to kick out any other girl? That's the thing. He's starved for attention because there's no females allowed in the courtroom. So, yeah.
That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Bushido. Well, Miss Brett,
Yes, Your Excellency.
if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
Ooh, ooh, baby.
The gavel's coming down. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
The one that just conveniently came into my hands? Deus Ex Machina? Anybody?
Yes!
Oh, hold on. I should probably read this. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. I believe it's through asphyxiation. Because the paralysis also applies to the lungs. So, when a poison enters the body through a wound, blowpipe dart, as an anesthetic, however, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Yes, I learned that by researching for my visual novel. A deadly poison.
Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency.
I don't actually know how it's pronounced, sorry.
Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
Objection! What complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I never even heard of it. Therefore, it doesn't exist.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean, you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country.
It doesn't exist? Correct, which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
Wait? Wait? Nani? Are?
Order, order, order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. I thought it was pronounced curare. Yeah, let me look it up. Since we seem to be using that word a lot. Curare, apparently, is the term. Curare. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspirations are utter trumpery.
I'm not gonna say it. All Americans are thinking the same thing.
To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain.
The whole point is that it's a paralytic. Buddy?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the curare was used. Curare was used. The Ferrari was used. Explain yourself, Consul. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the events could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow. Oh,
But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death.
the full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail.
Respiration?
In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would almost look like the victim was sleeping peacefully into an endless sleep, but for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly cure or poison.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
And you're suggesting that this bottle, Consul, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there was no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may...
All these facts. You think you're so clever, but you must be...
Shut up!
It is you!
Who must be taught?
Of course. Dear lady.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. Ma'am, that is not the problem here.
I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Ooh, baby.
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny? Excuse me. Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not.
Please don't hand evidence to the suspect? Okay? No? You didn't follow the rules of murder. Yeah, right? It's like, it definitely has rules, I guess. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical? This whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Shut up. Cheers. She's gonna drink it. She's gonna drink it. She's gonna drink it. Wait a minute, it doesn't matter. Curare works through a wound. That's why it's on arrows. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. They're like, ooh, well, she hasn't keeled over dead. That's because it's all a sham. It's all a ploy. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. A face. No curare.
The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course! That's the simple truth! Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venture. Most kind.
Grr.
Thank you, waiter. Now, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. If she died there, this would be the most shocking AHA. That would be a huge twist. It would be kind of funny, not gonna lie.
Ah, yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given.
Ordeal. Read the report. Read the report, Ryunosuke. She's not the one who had a dental operation. She didn't have her wisdom teeth taken out.
How did she solo? Well, how's it live to tell a tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water was poison. Yeah. I'm sticking to my guns. It was poison, Your Honor. The defense refuses to change its position.
You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind?
Full of a toque! Are you blind?
There was no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw.
Miss Brett drinking the water from it? That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained.
Yeah, how exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Yes. Yes, it is. Because it's not a wound. Special characteristics? Yes. Okay. The page is special characteristics. Number 2. Page 2.
Must ask you to support this assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Research, Your Honor. Science. Science and education. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. After all, we don't speak English. So whatever the report says doesn't matter because we can't understand it. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section? Which section? Okay.
It was page 2, special characteristics. We don't speak English, he says in perfect English. Only because this game is localized. I don't have good enough Japanese to read it in Japanese. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something.
Oh, Consul?
Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting.
So we've been led to believe, yes.
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat?
Yes, good point.
So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they would be eating poison.
Good gracious, Consul. No, that would be madness.
You like how it takes place in the Meiji era? Yeah, it's really nice, huh? Ochi's liarship. He disregards so much evidence based on bias. Yep. But then again, they did say that the court system is still developing, so maybe unbiased retrials will be a thing later. They'll say in perfect grammar and everything, right? That's a lot of whenever I get messages from people in other countries, like especially Europe, they always have perfect English, and they always start the message with, "I'm sorry about my English, it's not very good," and I'm like, you speak better English than I do. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound.
Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense.
Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has a terrifying poisonous effect. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
Wait.
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you can make a spectacle of drinking that water without any damage to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion!
Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be, because you can read, and that apparently is a rare trait in this courtroom.
Really? Me? A lawyer?
Attention!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see.
Shut up! So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish?
Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric suckers. Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? The swan has come alive. Yes, she's been having a sentient bird on her hat the whole time. Crazy. They were emerging from the feuds with little credit. I'm sure those lawyers were at least literate. Oh no, I'm sure they were too. I'm just saying how like, oh, the judge and the prosecutor and everybody is always like, where's the, show it in the evidence, show it in the evidence, and it's very evident. It's so evident, it shouldn't have to be evidence. So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, The professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Aha.
That's right.
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? These guys are all just incompetent. They make even us look competent.
The logic holds.
Oh, sorry. Actually, the judge is pretty competent. Maybe he's trying to be educational. Like, he can see it, but for the sake of the court, you know?
Are you trying to suggest...
Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Cockroach? That reminds me. Insects! No, I'm joking. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. Cue anime music! It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense. Almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey! To take down my prey!
Objection!
Oh, the objection came out! He said it. Objection! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead.
Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare?
It's either the dental record or the poison thing, but we've used the poison thing a lot, so I'm pretty sure it's the dental record. Luna emotions, yes. Evil. Very evil. I'm very, very evil. And now I'm normal. And now I'm angry, or old Joe. Now I'm normal. And now I'm sad. I'm crying. And now I'm normal. Okay. Been killed by the curare.
Take that!
Because he had a tooth operation.
As Miss Brett so readily
Oh wait. Vianaske's voice. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners.
a fatal difference.
The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Comes when someone knocks over a teacup.
How dare you! How dare you destroy my cutlery!
Looks like blonde Lilina. That's funny. I actually, I never played Fire Emblem 6. So, the only time I saw Lilina was maybe like as a support trophy in Smash. I don't actually know what she looks like. That you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day.
Arg. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this.
Foo foo. Foo foo foo.
Laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Oh, she's gonna... Well, you know what? This is why we did not want to give her the evidence. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just... slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No! No! No!
It's the English woman, she just smashed that bottle and in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder! Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once.
Oh, I see there's a bot. I see there's a bot. Well, I suppose it's time to crush it. I only have one thing to say to you, bot. Perish. Well, we knew it would happen. Not the bot, but the evidence. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. I seem to be having bad luck with them, maybe, but I wonder if it's the same account, because I'm trying to ban it, but there's no, like, really obvious ban function. It says, like, timeout, and then hide messages from this user on this channel, so I've been trying to do all of this. Oh no! Oh gosh. No! I muted someone innocent! No! How do I take you out of timeout? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Slim Jim, I'm really sorry. I accidentally muted you because I don't get this software. Oh. I can probably block them. How do I... They really need to have more obvious participants? Oh! Okay, so it's showing me multiple participants. So a lot of these are just duplicate accounts. I think you have to block the account. See, it doesn't give me the option to block the account. And it doesn't give me the option to mute. I don't know what's going on. Why do I have like a handicapped chat here? Like it doesn't... It's just so easy to moderate like a Discord. I miss that. I miss that easiness. It just says in big letters, just like block, mute, etc. And instead it's like, well, you can time them out You can hide their messages, and none of them work. They don't have a ban option? Odd. Yeah. It says report, remove, put user in timeout, hide user on this channel. Those are the only 4 options I have. And that does not seem strong enough. To click on the I don't want to click on this account! This is a weird account! Excuse me. Oh, I can't even go to their account. What is up? YouTube, get it together. Okay, let me see if I can do it from my channel. Instead of... No, clicking on the PFP doesn't work. I don't go to the... Yeah, Please, I just want a normal stream. Why must you do this to me? Change chat preferences. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh man, how do I do that? Settings, automated filters, approved users, defaults, hold on, okay, messages, permissions, general, channel, settings, defaults. Okay, I might just have to look into this later because they are really not clear. But given that I have five hidden users who all have the same username, I think it's actually just duplicate accounts. And unfortunately, I can't do a whole lot about that. But in the future, I think I'll make it so that only subscribers can comment, and that should save a lot of this problem. So I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Must be a Twitch thing. Yeah, so it's like 5 it's like 5 different users, so I think a lot of them are duplicate users, unfortunately. Participants. Man, though, come on. Okay. Well, I guess we could go back to the other annoying lady who is currently trying to be a racist murderer, so... How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? Hi, Slim Jim, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for timeouting you. It was not intentional. It's never really poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady.
That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? Oh, I forget. Oh, it's hard for me to switch back between accents. The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun.
It's like, it's true, that's what happened, but it's, when he says it like that, it does sound kind of, unlikely. It's a wild case. Ace Attorney always has wild cases.
Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Much like the bots cluttering the chat.
Ryunosuke,
Yes?
we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it.
What? What do you mean?
We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head.
In my head?
You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on.
But then again, didn't he also say that the swan lady
Wait a minute.
the swan lady he just called a woman. I guess this person is probably pretty accurate. Before Jen would have been seen as not on par with the Western powers. A guy in the cart named Naruhodo. She may be a racist murderer. You said how pretty she is. Prosecutor her to 5 minutes. It's so true. That's how the whole case has been going. It's like, yes, Your Honor, she has been lying. But have you considered the fact that she is beautiful? But I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Yeah, that's kind of sus, bro.
So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell.
What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer, like the ketchup on the plate?
Ooh!
There was a choice! I didn't realize there was a choice. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue.
You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence.
Oh, baby, we're learning! The desk slam. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere, the clue that shows... Wait, I have to pick it? But it's just the blood, right? I'm not overthinking things.
Take that!
Inspector Hosanaga, answer me this.
Yes?
What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. Oh, I forgot, the poor inspector. He wants his flawless evidence, his flawless investigation, and this lady just went and smashed a key piece of evidence right next to him. It's tragic. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Objection. Wait a minute, where did you...
Shut off! Where are you going with this, little boy? I am now the prosecutor. Just ignore that old man on the stand over there. He doesn't like females anyway. It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on. Sorry. Was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. The old man is just doing his job. He is. He's doing his, well, I guess when we prove ourselves innocent, he won't be doing much of a very good job. No, that can't be the case. Oh, take a good look at that photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it on the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. That's true, actually.
Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Oh, as you were, Giselle Brett.
I beg your pardon? Where's the cursive? Even though she's British, I just read it with a French look.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Ah.
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Did homeboy save us a steak plate? Inspector, you mean?
Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I took every steak. I did it all in the name of justice.
She should have said that it was just a rare bloody steak. Oh no. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. Wait, is he bleeding from the mouth? Yeah, don't worry about it. It's normal. That's what he says, at least. Sorry, taking a drink.
Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately.
Yes, sir.
Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector, the blood man, show the court.
Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No blood. Oh man, she's chomping at that steak. That can't be her steak. She's so pretentious she would have to use a fork and a knife. How long has the steak been sitting out? Oh, wait, you're right. It must reek. Oh, no. 3 days. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Arg.
I couldn't agree.
Buddy! You're Japanese. Excuse me, sir. Sir?
I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget about it when it's over. OTL?
Heh, this sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
It was removed from the victim's table after the incident. Okay. Was the plate I saw or the thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost.
Ryunosuke,
It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel.
never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what.
Believe in myself? Really? Maidenless behavior? True. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Well, for one, what lady is going to leave her steak like this? Okay, nothing's at the bottom. Man, though, ooh, that touched it. Ooh, ooh. I hope you guys are wearing gloves. It's a Koban coin. Okay, so this is the sergeant's plate because it has the coin and cow bites. The steak is like giant cow bites. Oh, bullion and bullion! Ah! They do have to inspect it. It's true. I am glad that it's I'm glad that's not my job. Okay. That judge, every time he says, does the defense have any objection? At this point, I bet he's nervous every time he asks that question, because he just knows. The defense is always going to have an objection. There's another clue! It's the coin! It's money! Money, 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 money! Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
Fiction! The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence.
Judge is cool. Judge is cool.
I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely is the new clue to be found?
Well, you see, Your Honor, if you lift up the stake, you will find an NFT. I'm joking. The hallmark is from the Hoyer. No, wait, I already saw this. Excuse me. Now we present it.
Got it!
This whole case involves oodles of tampered evidence. Yep, it does. Stake coin? Oh no. A Koban? Is that a Bitcoin? The physical. You can now hold your NFT, Your Honor. It's a Bitcoin. A beef coin? This is, in fact, the beefsteak you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
Shut up! What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
Non-fungible evidence?
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat that could have simply been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distress.
Have you ever eaten a steak and then randomly found a coin in your steak? I sure hope not.
Objection!
That's a choking hazard.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? When two witnesses were clearly talking about one?
Chefs add money underneath your food, but only on Christmas, because then they become Santa. Wait, you can't just copy your bestie's words. Come on, man.
Objection! Shut up!
Shut up! Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. I just got roasted. I got roasted for being irrelevant. It's Lysithia. You're irrelevant. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak.
The owner?
Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The person who was crying about his coin the whole time. Where's he?
Hello, baby. Kyoryo Korekuta, the owner of Rasutei.
Take that!
Mr. Cucumber? That would actually, yeah, that's a name pun I don't quite get, actually.
I remember him saying he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired.
Gunshot interests me. Not. I was looking for my coin.
The woman does sort of look like a Grimmery. It's the pretentious aura and the very flouncy dress. I can see it. I can see it. Oh, Neo. Neo. Well, be gone again. I'll keep banning y'all. I'll do it. Oh, I'm on the wrong site. Oh well. I'll ban from here. Hide user on this channel. That's just not as satisfying to do as like, that's not as satisfying to do as to just click a button that says ban. That's alright. Now that I know they're duplicate accounts, at least I know I'm not specifically doing something wrong. It's just that there's a lot of them.
Then this Hoei era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
No, please. Why would Kurakuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Because it isn't his beefsteak. It's the sergeant's beefsteak, because the sergeant stole it. We'd still get these guys back every 10 minutes? I don't know, it's a different, It's a different option than timeout. I think timeout is 10 minutes. I think hiding is permanent because there's a list on the moderation tools. So hopefully it's permanent. I don't know. Our witness stand is getting rather lengthy. It looks like we got a DLC, an expansion pack for our witness stand.
When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this rusted tea shop owner's existence.
Be that as it may, quoted Kuta-san, something has come to light that requires a clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban bit? Warg!
Yes, that's it. That's the one, the very exact one that it is.
The resplendent, splendiferous holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be.
Good idea to get a mod. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I don't know anything about mods. I also don't know if they volunteer or if it's paid. If it's paid, I think I'll just have to deal with it myself for this time. Yeah. I'll just have to figure out. I'll also look into making sure that hiding the messages is a ban. No one pays their mods. Oh, really?
Enlighten this decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere.
We found your coin sandwich between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices.
His prize coin? His prize coin is just marinating. Mods can be anyone you want to give the responsibilities to. Oh, okay. So, hey Ash.
Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means someone must have hidden it there on purpose.
You be honored. Okay. Ash, I'm gonna make you a mod. Yeah, no pressure or anything. It's just sorry. You're a mod now. Congratulations, Ash, you got promoted. Thank you. Don't worry about it too much for this stream. I'll still try to handle it, so. Manual speedrun? Okay. I also think it'll really help, we might not have to worry about this if I learn how to put the chat in subscribers only mode, because I don't think a lot of bots will subscribe, or if they do, they will help me get closer to the they'll help me get closer to the streaming goals and stuff. So hey, maybe give me something back. Yes, of course.
Proceed, Inspector Hosanaga. I mentioned this. Oh.
I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau.
Wicked crimes indeed.
We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. Is it the sergeant? Really? You can set it so people can chat if they've been subbed for a certain amount of time. I think I'll probably make that time, maybe 24 hours? I don't know. I don't know how long it usually is. But that sounds like a pretty low barrier of entry, while still, like, a bot wouldn't be able to just instant sub and spam. Oh, 10 minutes? Oh, okay, so way shorter. Okay, never mind. 24 hours. You gotta wait a whole day to post before you have rights. Set the sun mode before you start streaming? Okay, I'll have to look into that. 24 hours, I wouldn't be able to talk. Yeah, it does sound long to me. But,
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korikuta-san's koban and hid it under the stake?
has to be the sergeant. There's no one else.
Take that!
10 minutes is usually okay. Okay. Sorry for that weird expression. That's how it picks up me, drinking milk tea. It can only be you, Sergeant Ieyasu.
What? How? How dare you, you monster!
The baby's face is like... Monster?
I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido!
Ido. It's like, wait, let's see. Okay. I can't quite make the same face. But it's a pretty funny face. It wasn't me, Your Honor. My kid did it. My baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Well, I was praising him for being a loving dad, but I guess that it was not true. Okay. What system is this even for? This is the Nintendo Switch. Okay, so it's his plate, which means there has to be... They switched plates or something.
Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son!
That's sad. Raising food prices is, something I can relate to.
The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and a fork even, which is worryingly believable. Didn't know these Ace Attorney games were on the Switch. Yeah, I think this one is, and I know the original trilogy is. I think Miles Edgeworth is not, and Miles Edgeworth is not, and maybe the second Apollo Justice? I don't remember. Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice I also believe are on iPhone, but I don't think they're on Switch yet. Alright, so he stole the coin. So he slipped it under the stake. But that was his stake. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett.
Well, of course, dear lady, of course. The #1 shrimp is me. Please be excused, your ex.
No! She is a suspect in a murder case. She's gotta stay. Hardly any way for a samurai military contract in society with a revenge with militaristic government of the... Oh, interesting. Wow. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat, the sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it?
Oh, well.
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this...
Are we gonna mention that that can't be her plate? Her plate is somewhere else. They swapped plates. Get back here, ma'am. I gotta look at your plate. Gokigenyo? Ara. Gokigenyo?
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming.
Oh, no, it's just I was thinking more about beefsteak. Okay, no, hear me out. We are once again considering the beefsteak, Your Honor. They did call out the biting directly into the stake point. Yeah, exactly. And she was just saying, I mean, this is all under the assumption that this is her steak plate. Alright, it's time to object.
Hold it!
I'd like to see the other steak plate, please. I'd like you to explain the contradiction. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
What parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
The fact that this is not your steak. Where's the evidence to prove it? Yeah, it says that Miss Brett ordered. So we haven't addressed the fact that, this is really the sergeant's steak. Which should have been obvious,
Take
but...
that!
The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Notice what exactly, Counsel?
Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at the steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there were clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Which is why it's not her steak. It's not her steak. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was...
Oh, she's sweating. She's finally sweating. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, of course.
Shut up! I've heard enough! You irritating little spectacled samurai relic!
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers?
Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications those teeth marks in the steak have for her.
Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this?
Our boy's learning. Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared.
Your Honor, this evidence proves she's a savage.
Watching him obtain brain cells in real time.
The evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us?
Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up!
Shut up! It's just too fun to say. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before court yet. Wow, look at him. He's not even ruffled. He's a big boy now.
That's about what?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
Is the other steak plate?
Objection!
Objection. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case.
Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence?
The only person who has the conclusive, who has any evidence at all, I feel.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes.
You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous.
No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks.
Yes?
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Koraguta-san's coin, he told us he slipped it under the steak.
You're a Watcher cadet. I'm a superior officer.
Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? And then the butler fell over dead. Yeah, I sure hope he goes to a hospital after this. Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake?
10 shot! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it! To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over?
Actually,
You did switch the plates?
more evidence. More evidence tampering. Just another day in the Ace Attorney Court. I don't know, lady. The British Empire has made a habit of stealing artifacts from other places. Oh. Oh, man. Roasted with the truth. So he hid the coin in his plate because he didn't want to be tied at all to the crime. It's true, though.
With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, then it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table.
Yes, that follows.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. It's so good.
Shut up!
He's growing up. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
All the desk slamming, all the desk slamming, all the desk slamming.
No, you're not wiggling at. You're not wiggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon.
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you. No?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. That's some forward thinking on the waiter's part. Yeah, the two really competent people as the inspector and the judge. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. Oh no, now I have a British accent too. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest.
I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident.
Yes, sir!
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. British accents are contagious, aren't they? Whenever she says, shut up! I have to just, I had to copy it. There is blood! It's the ketchup! It's the ketchup!
Yes!
Yes! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on this side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me.
In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. Point! It's you! Oh, Mayada! Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No! 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 Ah! Oh my gosh. Wait. Save the chicks. There's baby birds there. Oh no.
What?
Oh, they're so cute though. They're actually really cute. What just happened? She ascended. She ascended, yeah. Yeah. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Oh, is she finally, no, I guess she's psycho, still.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison will be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be... that would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. Who drinks water out of a wine bottle? It's, I thought it was like luxury LaCroix from France, wasn't it? It like costs a lot of money because it's a luxury restaurant. I'm pretty sure. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
What?
I mean, we all knew that she could hide a gun anywhere she wanted to in that dress.
Under your skirt.
So I was right. There were 2 guns. And if I could... Yes! Oui! That is it! And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, as I had intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up... That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun.
Oh man. Y'all in the chat. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. I think we can classify this beyond a misdemeanor at this point. That's just me. That is not a misdemeanor, that is a felony. Your Excellency,
Yes?
I wonder... Might I speak with you in private later? So I can kill you next too! Isn't that such a jolly idea? Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. No, I'm not gonna forgive you, in fact. You tried to frame me for a murder. You tried to frame me for a murder. You called me an imbecile. You called me a noob. You called me a boomer. Ooh, all kinds of nasty. 5 bannable offenses from a Discord community. It was just a casual murder. Can I just be fined for this? How come this sounds like an actual line?
Can't you forgive me? I'm cute.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Arg! Minaski Naruhodo.
What, yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgiven.
You become conceited with age, Counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new.
Ageism.
Ageism. Called him a boomer now too. It's now contagious. Prosecutor, your free trial on life has now expired. I will now off your head because of the dishonor of losing a trial. Have fun. Oh, okay. Never mind, he just gets a haircut.
1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
Foreshadowing for future games, I guess.
Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world.
Since Inazuma has lifted the Sakoku degree, it has only been a few short decades. We even allow visions for foreigners.
But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazumo Asogi.
Yes?
After this trial, you are to set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you.
I understand, Your Excellency. A mission? Sci-fi ace attorney would unironically be really cool, though. I would like that too. Or cyberpunk. Cyberpunk detective-centered crime with ace attorney shenanigans. I think that could be really cool.
Never mind.
Excuse me, what's your mission? Excuse me?
As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo,
Oh, yes!
in you I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We have reverted to potato. We're now scared little bean. I did all my desk slamming and all my pointing. I got it all out of my system. Now I am back to very nervous.
I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty! Plot twist!
Ever since Her Excellency, the almighty Narukami Ogosho, God of Thunder, lifted the Sakoku. Right? "2:46 p.m. and Chamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma.
Watashi ga kita. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh. Susan's voice.
Congratulations to the both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do any... Arigatou gozaimasu! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words really should be from my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba...
Oh, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order.
Oh, wait, is this the... Yeah. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor! Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh, yes. Oh. Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic science in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson?
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together?
I've never heard you mention that before.
Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides... It's your turn, Asugi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. "5 hours in just one trial? This must be a long game." Yeah, I thought the first cases of Ace Attorney trials were always pretty short, but this had multiple sections, so I guess it was longer than expected. But, I think if I were to keep streaming this game, I would probably stop in the middle. Because this was a while. But it was really fun. Funsies, how you refer to the Emperor, not judicial system. Supreme Court. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot.
I will.
I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. Is his soul.
Of course, it's also his sword.
This blade shows me where I need to go, and cuts down anything that's in my way.
Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already. With my own eyes.
That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder.
Ah yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future, for Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh. Inspector Hosonaga! It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice?
A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard.
But why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty.
Well, yes, but that was before someone got murdered on our soil, you see.
They can't invoke a consular court just like that.
Oh, can't they?
Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on.
So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over the custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Sorry. Britain is like way too powerful for us to have one of our own to be tried for murder. Oh no. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor...
You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. The fun he wouldn't be having in a prison cell.
In that case, might I suggest La Carnival... Buddy? That's where... I was accused of murder. I don't know if I want to celebrate there. Let's not worry about details for now.
To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor?
Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. Oh, true! Okay, but didn't your friend die, Professor? Well, yeah, actually. Wait a minute. Well, I guess it's still good news, though, that someone innocent wasn't convicted. So, that much is good, at least. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma?
Yes, Ryunosuke?
I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today.
Ha 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 ha! I didn't do a thing! You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Oh. Wait. That was Ryunosuke talking, because I can't read.
Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world.
I'm not so sure about that.
Uh-huh.
To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me.
What? Come on, be serious!
If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean.
Oh, no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you.
That's the point.
Sorry? What do you mean that's the point?
Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs to win?
No knowledge of the law?
No. The ability to believe. To believe in the me that believes in you.
Oh, you just killed someone? Oh, I'm sure it's a pastime. It's a pastime in the upper socialite echelons, you know?
A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times.
Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it.
I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person.
Believing in your clients. I never want to go through that again. Roll credits. The game is over. We're not going to be a lawyer anymore. The power of God in anime.
Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me.
Well,
You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me.
Actually, I just wanted you to be able to go to London and taste fish and chips. But thank you for the vote of confidence. Imagine superhuman powers in a court case. That'd be crazy, right? Like a magatama, or like having spirit mediums. This happens in a later game.
There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me.
It sounds serious. What is...
You're still here, are you?
Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there.
Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory.
And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. And hopefully my last court victory. Hopefully my last court anything.
Ah yes, that too.
So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but he saved your butt! Be grateful, man! Come on! It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And we got through it. The first case is done. We are now a lawyer. We are not really professionals. We are not really licensed, but we are a lawyer. That's not something you put off for later. That is a that's an Osananajimi death flag right there, is what we call it. Excuse me, I have something really important that I have to tell you next week. Make sure to meet me under the tree after school at 5 p.m. when all the cherry blossoms fall and when I will inevitably die. How long do you plan on going? Oh, I'm done for now on this game, I think. That was...
I have something to ask of you.
Right? That was really fun, though. Thank you so much for joining me. But yeah, I'm gonna stop because my voice is a little tired. And it was quite a bit of reading. I think if I'm to do visual novels or something with a lot of voiceover, then maybe I probably will have to break it up into more parts. I just thought the tutorial chapter would be shorter. I forgot it's a decent length. Hold on, let's see. Oh my. I haven't really refined this screen yet, but when's the next stream? The next stream will be in 2 days. Wait, hold on. Wednesday, Thursday. I'm gonna be streaming on Friday, at noon again, and it'll be 3 Hopes. So Fire Emblem 3 Hopes. I'm really excited for that one. Back to the Fire Emblem roots. I've heard really good things about the demo. It was kind of, yeah, I wasn't sure what I was gonna think of it because it's a Warriors game. It's a spin-off. You know, it's not a root Fire Emblem game. But I've heard really good things about it, so now I'm really excited to try it again. It was a good stream, really long too. Yeah, thank you so much for popping in and tuning. Yeah, 5-hour chapter. I'm pretty sure that a lot of YouTubers tend to stream for pretty short, like anywhere between 1 to 2 hours. I know they've gone a lot higher, like 6 hours, 8 hours. I probably can't do that regularly though. But yeah, that comes out Friday, doesn't it? Yeah, it's gonna be launch day. It's gonna be launch day. That's part of why I'm really excited. Heroes and Ed. I'm gonna try to avoid spoilers. Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm trying to avoid spoilers until the game releases. And then try to catch the stream. You may be late due to work. That is completely fine. Something I'm planning is, in general, I think I would like to edit down my content to like Let's Play VODs in addition to like live streams so that people don't have to go through the whole live stream VOD. So it will kind of double as a Let's Play channel and live stream. And then I will also, next week, I'm going to give a drawing stream a try by hooking up my iPad. Because I'm going to have to do it, I'm going to have to draw on my iPad since the computer isn't strong enough to handle a 25-inch canvas and Clip Studio Paint and my VTuber model and my streaming program and my audio writing program and my reference program. So I'm trying to give less of a tax on my computer. Like most do 4 hours-ish, and its new design is so cute. It's so cute, and its design is so cute. I immediately drew a sticker of her. I was supposed to draw more. I might draw more. It's it depends on how my experience with the demo is. Maybe I really like Ash's design. I think Lysithia and Marianne are always really cute. They're about what I expected, except Marianne, it's really nice that they let her have loose hair. But maybe I'll do more stickers. I think they would all be a vintage/cottagecore themed because I'm already seeing a lot of Three Hopes art around, and I wouldn't mind throwing my hat or throwing my piece into the hat, but maybe with a little bit of a spin. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys so much. Don't ever feel obligated, by the way, that you had to stay for the full 5 hours, because I know that's a long time. So just pop in and pop out whenever you like. Always a pleasure to see you guys. Like a highlight thing? Yeah, so edit it down into Let's Play highlights, and then I also will be taking highlights of those highlights, clips of those highlights, maybe a Shut Up compilation, who knows, the British Shut Up compilation. And then I put those on the cursed TikTok. I finally made an account. That's where I'm gonna put short stream clips, and then long Let's Plays will go on YouTube. Drawing stream based from what I'm seeing from your art posts. Thank you. Yeah, it's actually the whole reason why I made this VTuber and the whole reason why I wanted to start streaming was actually to help me focus on drawing, because I was having a really hard time with it. And I found that streaming drawing really helped me just kind of sit in a chair and focus on the same canvas for a long time. So I was like, wow, I should just do VTubing and do this for VTubing. And then so I went through all this work of setting up the model and the stream, right? And then when I did tests, my computer just choked and died. It's like, I can't handle this. So, yeah. That's why I have to try to handle it on iPad now. But that was always my original intention. Was I was actually supposed to stream maybe 2 to 3 times a week, with 1 to 2 of those streams being drawing and only 1 being gaming. So, this experience, Summer, Luna area, Luna's kind of name, as well as that, another thing that I know is like such a good sound effect. The sound effect? Shut up! You use it as a really annoying text message if you ever want to bother your friends. Just like hack their phone and then change all of their text message alerts to shut up! Will you plan on taking requests or commissions on the drawing stream? Probably not. Even usually if I'm streaming drawing, it's because of a deadline. Not always. But I will be sure to let people know if I'm going to be doing commissions or requests. I think in general, I don't love drawing for the sake of drawing. It's usually a means to an end. So, I don't know if that'll be consistent. He wants to do a writing stream in a server, realize having eyes on what you're doing makes you go, oh, I should actually work on it. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Even if it's just like one viewer, you're like, oh, it's like a co-working space. There's someone else in this office, and I better at least pretend like I'm working. Shut up noise whenever someone gets banned. Do I add it to the soundboard? I have a soundboard. It's great. Hold on. Where's my soundboard?
Objection!
Can you guys hear that? I don't know if you can hear it.
Objection! 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 Objection!
I don't know if any of that was audible or if it was just me awkwardly smiling at the camera pressing buttons. Loud and clear. Awesome. This is a cute Kirby. Gladly commission if you had any availability at any point. See in your style. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate the interest. Yeah, a lot of what's gating me from opening commissions is time, because I'm actually quite a slow artist. So, unfortunately, my prices are not usually that affordable. If I were to price at raw minimum wage, I would still have to start commissions at like $400, and that's at minimum wage for skilled labor. So I just closed commissions. I was like, no one's gonna pay for this. So I'm just gonna draw for myself. But I will let people know. Yeah. Oh, I'm your girl, Annette. Excellent. We should have all said I can't hear it. Yeah, I'm your girl, Annette is an excellent suggestion. I really like that. I have no idea when I would play it, but that sounds like a really fun thing to have on a soundboard. And there's other things I have to look at, like subscriber-only chat, how to ban properly, although hopefully with subscribers only that won't really be necessary. But yeah, thank you so much for coming along on this first stream and experiencing a little bit of DGS and putting up with the bots and me learning. I really appreciate it. So, for those who are interested in a Three Hopes playthrough, I will be streaming again on Friday. And I better get going because I think there will probably be family dinner soon at the parlor. But I had so much fun, so thank you. Thank you, thank you. And I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Yeah, goodbye. I don't have an end screen, so I'm gonna switch to a break screen for like a minute until lag catches up, and then I'm gonna end this stream. But I hope you all have the most wonderful evening. Goodbye.